Namaskar, good morning, good day, Salam Alaikum, Sat Sri Akal, good morning to all people in world. And this is May 23rd, 2020. Temperature at this moment I'm talking is 31 degrees and expected temperature today is 44 degrees Celsius. Very hot. It's 3:30 early morning and 31 degrees. Amazing, but this fact of life. And SARS to COVID-19 working very successful in a sense. Nobody has done anything against it so far. Failure, failure, and failure, and it's working smartly all over the world. Though we are opening all lockdowns all over the world gradually, but fact remains that it's all illusion that one time we wanted to lock down and now we wanted to come to forefront to say we will live with this. If we say we will live this, then why were we fighting this? This is a question mark everybody has to answer. If we are not sure why it's being opened, and if you are not sure why it's a lockdown, what was purpose of lockdown, it's not clear. It's unfortunate that it has been there for many months, couple of months. There has been no certain answer about its acceptance and its remedial measures. We do not know till now what to do, what not to do, but we say take such precautionary measures. People are more interested now not in life but in economy. Means in 3 4 months, 3 or 4 or 5 months, economy has been again an issue and not survival of life. If survival of life was not an issue, then why lockdowns were conducted? It's not clear to me. I am a layman, but it's not clear to me. Means in you could not digest loss of economy of 2 or 3 months or 4 months. In fact, it's not more than 3 months that economy was standstill. Now gradually all over the world they are opening, thinking that let us see what happens. Means you are more interested in money than in your life and lives of others. England says we will allow travelers, so provided 14 days quarantine is affected. Okay, means if suppose I want to go to England for a couple one week or 3 or 4 days, I have to wait first for 14 days and then stay there for a week. This means I am a fool to go there, and everybody is a fool to go there. Mostly people go there for visits or for tourism. And if I want to tour there for say 10 days, then I have to stay there first for 14 days, and I then can enjoy 10 days. So it makes no sense in that case. But okay, this is world. People go, people come. They are also trying. It's what how it affects. They are also not sure. 14 days is a very long period for a person who has come from some other country to your country. And tomorrow, today it is UK. Tomorrow it may be applicable in other countries all over the world, because I have noticed one thing: copy paste is going on in Corona, in COVID-19. Copy paste. This country copies something, you follow same copy system and paste on to your country, and everybody is doing that throughout world. So what has become copy paste master? No need of applying your mind, no need of applying anything, and just copy paste what others. China did something, other countries copy pasted it. Those who were careless, they did not even copy paste. They were sleeping. We'll see later on. And when there was an emergency, they locked down. The world is full of followers. Followers, 95 to 98% population of world is followers. Hardly 1% or 2%. I think it's also higher percentage. I'm telling. They are leaders. So if you take 1% means 8 billion, 800 crore people are there, and if 1% you take, it's 8 crore. I don't think even 8 crore people are there who are leaders. I think my figure is too high. It's not 1%, it's 0.1%, you can say. Why to use mind when you are getting everything cooked up? Means no need of using mind. This hydroxychloroquine, this chlorine, this cholera, or you call it this medicine. Today I just morning read in paper, in news that this is neither good for this for that. This is neither good for patients and not good for others. So this is just because Trump is consuming this this medicine. Has been consumed for about 2 weeks, and he declared himself, which has become ridicule in the world. That this person himself thinks that he's a very big scientist or doctor. So you used to call him Dr. Trump. And when you call someone doctor, then it's not doctor, means it's kind of tease. Otherwise, you can't say it's the honor because you are doing something illogical. You are doing something. You are actually a leader of US, and you actually are leaders of many other countries because you are a US leader. So people look at you from positive point, and you teach. You're taught, well, no problem, take this medicine. You are recommending medicine about which you don't know anything. You yourself don't know what this medicine is, and you're not known its chemical composition. You're not its aftermaths. Only doctors can tell, or chemists can tell, or you can say pharmaceutical companies can tell what it is meant for. But you are telling others, I am taking, you can also take. So this is like that. Even experiments are going on, and nothing is certain in SARS to COVID-19. Nothing is every day some news comes and some news goes. What facts go on, nobody knows. But countries are busy this way or that way. Our people, you can say, they are also busy. Our our industrial workers, migrants who have been facing problems for around 50 days, they are now allowed to go to use special trains. 200 number of routine trains they are put in, and they have to buy tickets and go. So our government is so rich that they cannot afford free ticket to these people. This is what welfare we have for those people who make our country, who make our society. That nation which cannot respect its poor people who develop this nation, I think that nation cannot progress, and this is what we are. We are very selfish nation, Bharat, India. We are very selfish state. We are very selfish parliament, and we are very selfish administration everywhere. Our public is too selfish. This public, this part of section, this part of you can say this part of our public, which is about around 50 crores, 40 to 50 crores. They contribute their blood, they contribute their sweat, they contribute their hard work for development of this country. Development not in the sense of directly, but they support as human potential, which cannot be purchased otherwise. It is their bad luck or good luck, you can say both luck, that they work here in this country because there is no job outside, and they are forced to get cheap rates, and they submit to that because everybody has to survive. And now they are treated as if they are some foreign elements, and they are not, actually don't belong to this country. This is treatment from top to bottom everywhere, and this is very, very, very stupid, you can say very, very idiotic personality and stupid personality we as public of this country have expressed to whole world. Our public is so silent and cannot speak. Our political leaders are so crooked and cruel, and that they don't even treat these people as human beings. And when people are not treated human being, then what sort of personality we have, what sort of characters we have in this country is very strange to see. One video I saw where some worker was so tired, so out of senses, he was so hungry, means he just started some dog death, just saw dog, or I don't know what that what dead body was, maybe an accident or some animal he was eating that. He was sorry, he did not even understand or realize that this is dead body of some animal, and that youth was eating that when somebody stopped him and provided him food, passer by. The government has got no duty here. This has been evident that our governments are, INEX, or they are transgenders, you can say. They are not concerned with public. They are not concerned public. They are concerned with rich public. They are not concerned with this type of public who cannot speak. These poor workers, industrial workers, they do everything for country, but they don't never understood in life that there is no one to look after them, particularly from government ends. It may be union government or it may be state governments. There is no one to look after them. I'm not talking about party politics. I'm talking about humanity and I'm talking about administration. Our administration has gone minus. It doesn't exist in fact. Our administration is minus. It doesn't exist. There is no one responsible person in this country who have taken true care, required care of this community of industrial workers. As if they do not exist, everybody has thought that if we cannot afford them some facilities, why should they work for us? That can be a question raised by them in coming time. And don't forget that your computers and your electric current and your desk knowledge will help this country. Never, never, never. And I'm talking about not only this politician, I am talking about my colleagues, my community colleagues, and these are engineers. And I am very regretful that our engineering community did not do its required due to help these people. They even did not have any capacity to raise their voice against the government and administration about how they treated them. This is really amazing and surprising. We want to use these people as engineers, but we don't want to help them. This is really, I should break my head with wall in this situation. That is the condition. Thousands and thousands of engineers use them. They don't know their reality. They don't know what's meaning of their work if these people don't exist. They don't understand anything. They are only engineers. By mind, they don't have any conscience, and they claim that they develop this country. I think they are not developing this country. This country is developing on its own, and engineers are not doing their job. I'm openly saying it just may think I'm criticizing them. Yes, I am criticizing. You deserve criticism. You may be what sort of engineers you are. And doctors did their job a lot. I can appreciate that. But engineers did nothing in this case. They are silent spectators. This is a gruesome cruelty by engineers' mind. Engineers should be frank. We should support its people. It doesn't matter they work for you or they don't work for you, but they're part of engineering community support. Without this support, you are nowhere, engineers. Remember, you are nowhere. There is no value. You can neither do design nor practice. You cannot do anything if these people don't exist. You have not done your part. You have not even written something against the administration and in favor of these people, even on post on Facebook, and you have not seen anything except by one or two engineers around. I think this is really, this is crime. I can say engineers community did not take care of these people morally even. So what should we say? There's no answer from me. What sort of community we are? So selfish, only immersed in ourselves. That's it. No relation to anybody, no human relation. And we want to raise this country to superpower. From where will you get people to work for superpower status? What shall you do? This is only community. It doesn't work. You are nowhere. That's also a fact. You are nowhere. And sorry to say, educated people, in fact, are not educated if you consider them to humanity. They are educated in profession, they are educated in sciences, they are educated in engineering, but they are not educated regarding human beings, regarding their relations with them. They are not human. They are not educated well. So they seek this education. They have to understand relation between human to human. I don't understand reason behind that, believe me. I don't understand the reason. Same people cry one time. These people will cry after few. Let us wait for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. You'll find this engineering community crying first. I don't have manpower. What can I do? I don't have people with what can I do? Do yourself. You don't need people. Do yourself. Take these bhakts with you, Modi bhakts. All those nonsense idiots you take with them. You take them with you and work. You need this type of treatment. I'm telling you. You deserve this type of treatment. Humanity has been removed from Bharat. There's no humanity at all. These political crooks have destroyed this country in totality. And those who want to help them, they stop them. They stop those who want to help them. We have become devil's nation. We have become devil's nation. All our leadership is devil and their devotees are devils. They close their minds in service of devil. That's when I say. Italy opened and cases increased. World is full of confusion. Full of confusion. World is not able to conclude that value God. God work cannot be challenged. This is God work. If it were not God work, it would have been controlled till now, by now. But no, it has not been controlled by now. It's God command, God's command. You may say this person seems to be fool because he's talking God, God, God. Yes, I am fool. I have no sense. But what I say, I say. What I say, I say. What I think, and that's it. God is God. If there is no God, I can't survive. I can't talk to you. My body shall stop working if there is no God. World over, all places, all areas on map have been captured very strongly by this God command product. You call it COVID-19. This has gripped everyone and they are thinking casualty percentage is very low. This is what they want to cheat. Your death percentage is very low. Yes, it is low, but it is not conclusive. It is not conclusive. It's ongoing. Lockdown did not help our country because my minds are not locked down. Only physically I am locked down. What does it mean? If crores of workers walk on road, where is lockdown? Crores and crores workers leave their job and don't have trust in government, don't have trust in administration, then where is control? Control does not exist. कुछ भी कहते रहे हम, चलता है, चलेगा. बड़ी बड़ी बोलते रहे, ठोकते रहे, बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते रहे. लॉकडाउन से ये हो गया, लॉकडाउन से वो हो गया, हमने कंट्रोल कर लिया. बड़ी बड़ी बातें करते रहिए. बोलने में क्या जाता है? कौन पूछेगा आपसे क्यों बोला आपने ऐसा? है किसी की ताकत जो किसी से पूछ सके भी आपने ऐसा क्यों बोला? कोई नहीं पूछ सकता, किसी में दम नहीं. जब किसी में दम नहीं होता तो क्या कहा जाता है बताने की जरूरत नहीं। देश मेरा, पब्लिक मेरी, चिंता किसी और को होगी ऐसा तो नहीं हो सकता। मैं अकेला तो नहीं हूं जिम्मेदार इसके लिए, हम सब जिम्मेदार हैं। लेकिन नहीं, हम नहीं मानेंगे। हम वही मानेंगे जो हम सही मानते हैं। आप जो कहेंगे कहते रहिए, हम आपको नहीं मानेंगे। मत मानिए, मत मानिएगा। हो सकता है मैं आपसे ज्यादा जानता हूं, हो सकता है आप मुझसे ज्यादा जानते हो, हो सकता है मैं कुछ भी ना जानता हूं। सभी संभावनाएं हैं। सच्चाई तो यह है कि हम लोग पागल बना दिए गए हैं। सच्चाई तो ये पागल बना दिए गए हैं। अगर डेथ रेट बहुत कम है तो फिर क्यों डर रहे हैं इतना? अगर डेथ रेट इतना कम है, आप जो कह रहे हैं, तो किस बात का डर है भाई? खुल्लम खुल्ला जिए। इतने तो वैसे भी मरते हैं दुनिया में, और बीमारी से भी तो मरते हैं। मरने दो, जो होगा होने दो। क्यों इतना शोर शराबा, क्यों इतनी वो भागा थोड़ी सोच शराबा, ये फैसला वो फैसला? अगर इस बात को सोच के रखें तो ये भी कहा जा सकता है कि हो सकता है ये वायरस हो ही ना, एक क्रिएशन की गई ड्रामा करने के लिए। ये भी तो कहा जा सकता है। जब किसी को मालूम नहीं इस वायरस के बारे में, कोई आज तक बता नहीं पाया ये क्या है, क्या भला है, कहां से आई, क्या हुआ, अभी तक किसी बात का कोई साक्ष्य नहीं है। इसका मतलब ये भी तो हो सकता है कि आप सबको गुलाम बना लो दुनिया में, एनस्लेव ऑल। लेकिन ऐसा है भी नहीं। सच्चाई कुछ है भी। मैं समझता हूं सच्चाई कुछ और है। फिर बार बार कहने से कोई फायदा नहीं होता उसका। आप लोग कहते हैं एक ही बात को बार बार करेगा, बार बार करेगा। कई बार 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 करना पड़ता है कि कोई सुन तो ले, कोई समझ तो ले, कोई मान तो ले। लेकिन असली बात ये होती है, लोग मानते भी नहीं हैं। नहीं मानते, क्या करोगे आप? मेरी बात नहीं मानोगे, मत मानो। मेरा क्या ले लोगे? मेरा कुछ नहीं लोगे, अपना ही नुकसान करोगे। और मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि मेरी बात मानोगे तो सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा। मैं एक खप्ती हूं, खप्ती आप समझते होंगे। मैं एक पागल हूं, पागल भी आप समझते होंगे। पागल क्या होता है? मैं सब वो हूं जो नहीं होना चाहिए। एक ख्याली पुलाव पकाने वाला, ख्याली पकाओ पकाता हूं मैं ख्याली पकाओ पकाता हूं। आई एम इमेजिनरी कुक। I cook imagination. I produce cooked item based on imagination, and you have to eat imagination. But without imagination, there is no answer. There is no product. There is nothing without imagination. जब भगवान ने ये दुनिया बनाई होगी, उसने भी कल्पना की होगी कि मुझे क्या बनाना है। बिना इमेजिनेशन के कुछ नहीं होता। कल्पना जरूरी है, नाम ही उसका कल्पना है। उसका इमेज है। इमेज किसे कहा जाता है? इमेज चित्र को कहा जाता है, पिक्चर को कहा जाता है। मेरे माइंड में कोई पिक्चर आई, मैंने उसको कागज पे उतार दिया, तो इमेजिनेशन से हटके होएगा, चित्र मेरे सामने बन गया। उसके बाद वो फिजिकली बने ना बने वो अलग बात है। दिस इज व्हाट इमेजिनेशन इज ऑल अबाउट। COVID is my friend if I say that. COVID-19 is not my enemy, and I should also say COVID is my enemy. We have to see both situations, both options. We consider this is my enemy or we consider this is my friend. We should weigh both, which is friendship and where is amity. And if I find friendship is better than enmity, but I do not know my friend or my enemy, then there is no meaning of enmity because I do not know that. So if you do not know something and you make your enemy, it will harm you more and more. And if you don't know also, then you make it friends so that it may be polite with you, soft with you, so that least harm is done. I think that situation is better. I don't know you accept this or don't accept this. मैं समझता हूँ जब हमारी कोई बात समझ ना आए, क्योंकि बात काल्पनिक हो, कल्पना की दुनिया से हम कोई बात लाएं, हम जानते ही ना वो क्या है, अपने कल्पना से कोई चित्र बना दे, वो चित्र को हम समझे यही सच है, कोई जरूरी नहीं है। जितने भी भगवान की मूर्तियां बनाई जाती हैं, फोटो बनाई जाती हैं, वो एक कल्पना पे आधारित होती है, किसी ने देखा नहीं। किसी भी भगवान की, किसी भी देवी देवता की आप जो बनाते हैं, मूर्ति बनाते हैं या पिक्चर बनाते हैं, वो आपकी कल्पना के हिसाब से होता है कि आप क्या सोचते हैं उसके बारे में, क्योंकि देखा तो किसी ने नहीं। कल्पना होती है मात्र, इमेजिनेशन योर माइंड डेवलप दैट पिक्चर इन योर माइंड एंड देन you transfer that imagination of your mind into picture paper and you say yes this is, and then you amend also that one. This means nothing is origin there. If you think I should have friendship or you think I should have amity, you have to decide. But when you have amity with unknown, then you can't even fight with that because you don't know what is that and where it is located. Maybe it's one of you. Maybe it's myself. Who knows? Maybe I am Corona, possibly. But this is a joke because Corona is not human being. That's Corona is not human being. So what is this then? When Corona is not human being, what is that? It is super being, possibly. It is super being, not human being. So we should consider that point as well. Is Corona super? If it is super, I am not super. So we are not equal. If Corona is super, let us assume it is super. But I am not super. So there is a lining in between. I can't cross that line, but that power can cross that line because it is super. It has higher potential than what I have. So my encountering Corona is baseless. I cannot encounter it because I do not know it, but Corona knows everybody. It knows everybody. Remember, when something God does, it does too secretly to let human not know it. So secretly it is done. And when secretly something is done, it cannot be easily uncovered or unearthed. It takes its time in life, and sometimes whole life whole life is over and you do not know what it is. That is what is Corona. Now, why I am telling you all this? I'm just telling you, don't worry about Corona. That's my point. If you are able to open lockdown, then don't worry about Corona, because then Corona doesn't exist. It means that. And if you are fearful, then even if you take precautionary measure, Corona doesn't care. There are 2 points. One point is Corona is really a virus or it can attack you. And second point is Corona is not a virus. Corona is not a virus. It is something else. We have to understand this. If it is something else, what this else is? It is something else. Many times I try to indicate that something which takes over world, which it has done. It has taken over world in different sense. That To find this taking over person, you have no access. You have no access on your earth to catch it. This is in your home, which is earth, and control is yours, but here you cannot find where this is located. This means, in fact, you are under control of corona. You cannot control corona. It's all say fictitious imagination saying we are making injection, we are discovering injection, we are discovering this and we are discovering that. You can discover anything. आप कुछ भी सोच सकते हैं डिस्कवर करने के लिए, आप कुछ भी कर सकते हैं कुछ सोचने के लिए, लेकिन मत भूलिएगा आपकी शक्ति उतनी नहीं है जितनी कोरोना की है, उतनी शक्ति आपकी नहीं है। अगर ये वास्तव में कुछ और शक्ति है, दिव्य शक्ति है, तो आपके सारे एफर्ट बेकार हैं, सब एफर्ट बेकार हैं, गलतफहमी के शिकार हैं, क्योंकि जब ये मार ही नहीं रहा ज्यादा लोगों को, बच रहे हैं लोग, इसका मतलब ये कोरोना भी शायद चाहता होगा कि आप लोग मुझसे डर जाएं, डर के बात करें मुझसे, you fear me. This is what corona likes it, you know. Well, I'm not going to talk in length about this because I am going every day through many newspapers and getting news about this and that. Our country has crossed 120,000 cases till now, and whole world has crossed more than 500,000, more than half a billion. This is official figure. And if you want to know reality, then you just put 10 there and you'll get the answer. This news is only 10% fact while 90% are concealed. And this is, you can say, on an average. So in our country, I can say this is not 1 lakh, but this is 1 million cases have been. And this, one day you'll find same figure has gone to crores here and around the world. That is not far away. Not far away. Just don't worry about this. If you want to live in peace, if you want to live in economy, then you don't think about corona. Or if you are doing economy in corona and also precautionary measures in corona, then corona shall really enjoy. See what I have done. Everybody is scared of me. They are not able to eat together. They are not able to walk together. They are not able to collect together in some place. I have changed the lifestyle of people. That's what we think about. अब ज़्यादा बोलने से कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, रोज़ बोलना होता है। आज कोई ऐसी ख़ास न्यूज़ नहीं है, बस मुझे तो इन लोगों का जो हमारे इंडस्ट्रियल वर्कर्स हैं उनके बारे में बहुत अफसोस हो रहा है। इतनी मेहनत करने के बाद भी अगर उनको मान सम्मान नहीं दे सकते हम लोग, उनकी चिंता नहीं कर सकते हम लोग, तो हम लोगों से बढ़ के कोई राक्षस नहीं, हम लोगों से बढ़ के कोई दानव नहीं, और हम दानवों का देश है। जिस देश में, एक ऐसा देश, दुनिया का पहला देश जहां हमारा कर्मचारी हजारों किलोमीटर, सैकड़ों किलोमीटर दूर चल ले मजबूरी में, और वहां सब मजे लें, सरकार में बैठे हुए लोग, उसको आप क्या कहेंगे आप ही जाने। मैं नहीं जवाब दे सकता उसको, क्योंकि जानबूझ के गलती करना और अनजाने में हो जाना अलग अलग बातें हैं। यहाँ तो जानबूझ के प्लान करके गलती की जा रही है, अनजाने को तो छोड़ दीजिए। और ये चैलेंज सबके लिए है, चाहे कोई किसी भी पोस्ट में क्यों ना हो। अफसोस इस बात का है कि जिसको विश्वास दिया देश की जनता ने, उस जनता ने जिसको विश्वास दिया उसी व्यक्ति ने जनता का विश्वास तोड़ दिया विश्वास। दुर्भाग्य है हमारा कि हमारे पास देश में ऐसा नेता नहीं था कोई भी जो इस सिचुएशन को संभाल लेता। जो सरकार में है ऐसा कोई नेता नहीं है। सब ड्रामा है, हंगामा है, कहानी है, प्लॉट है, कविता है, कुछ भी समझ लीजिए आप। बहस करनी है, बहस करने के लिए, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए नहीं करनी। ये हमारा शायद कैरेक्टर बन चुका है, चरित्र बन चुका है लोगों का कि हमको सिर्फ बहस करनी है, बहस करने के लिए। और हम करते जाएंगे, करते जाएंगे, करते जाएंगे। आपको जो करना है कर लीजिए, हम तो ऐसे ही रहेंगे, जो आपको करना है कर लीजिए। जब इस तरह की सोच बन जाए, ये सोच ले लीडर कि मुझे वोट कहाँ से लेने हैं, मुझे वही काम करना है, तो फिर शायद भगवान भी वहां से अपना मुंह मोड़ लेगा, क्योंकि भगवान तो सबका है। तो ये तो नहीं जो प्लेन से जाते हैं उनका है, जो साइकिल से जाते हैं उनका नहीं। यह बात है। बुरा नहीं मानना, जो मेरे मन में आ रहा है, माइंड में आ रहा है, मैं वो बोल रहा हूँ। पहली बार जिंदगी में महसूस किया मैंने कि हम इंसान को, मानव को क्या समझते हैं। मैंने कभी कल्पना में भी नहीं सोचा था कि हमारा देश, भारत, इंडिया, इन मेहनतकश लोगों को, इन औद्योगिकरण करने वाले लोगों को, कर्मियों को इस हिसाब से लेगा, इस गंदगी से उनका इलाज करेगा, उनका ट्रीटमेंट करेगा। ये मैंने कभी सोचा नहीं था। आज जब मैं कंपेयर करता हूं अरब के वो शेख और हमारा शेख, जमीन आसमान का फर्क। वो शेख जिनको हम गलत कहते रहे हैं, हम इल्जाम लगाते रहे हैं, 4 शादी करते हैं, ये करते हैं, वो करते हैं, लेकिन उनका मोराल, उनका चरित्र, मानव को डील करने का मालूम पड़ा हमको आज कि मानवता पैसा नहीं देखती। वो ये नहीं देख रहे कि ये विदेशी हैं, वो ये देख रहे हैं कि ये हमारे मेहमान हैं, हमारे अतिथि हैं। और देखिए कितने सालों से लोग वहां रह रहे हैं, अभी भी वो उनको अतिथि मान रहे हैं, उनकी सारी देखभाल कर रहे हैं। और एक हमारा शेख है जो जानता भी नहीं कि कुछ लोग चल भी रहे हैं सड़क पे। वो जानता भी नहीं, क्योंकि वो कोड में लिख के देता है कि सड़क पे कोई चल ही नहीं रहा। और इसके बारे में क्या कहा जाए। उसको जो लोग, लाखों करोड़ों लोग सड़क पे चल रहे हैं, वो दिखाई ही नहीं देते। उसको दिखाई नहीं देते, बाकी किसी को दिखाई देते हैं क्या ना, मैं नहीं कह सकता। इसलिए सीखा हमने 2020 में कि हम किस तरह के मानव हैं, हमारे नेता किस तरह के जानवर हैं, और हमारी पब्लिक किस तरह से चुप रहने वाली है, जैसे गुलामी साइन की हो किसी से। शायद हमने गुलामी ही साइन की है इन लोगों से। वो क्यों साइन की है मेरे को नहीं पता। देश को बर्बाद करने वाले लोग आज सत्ता में बैठे हैं, क्योंकि आप जब आधी पब्लिक को बर्बाद कर रहे हो, देश को बर्बाद ही करना होगा। जिसको 1 मिनट का हक नहीं है सीट पे बैठने का, वो आज सत्ता पे बैठ के अपने आप को उस देश का मालिक बना चुका है। और जनता ऐसे बिहेव कर रही है जैसे गुलाम है, उसकी गुलाम बन चुकी है हम लोग। Now we have to stop thinking like that. We have to stop. We have to review ourselves. We have to re-enter ourselves and review what we are. हमें खुद से में जाके देखना होगा हमारे हैं क्या। हमें अपने आप को संभालना होगा। अगर इकोनॉमी खराब हो रही है तो एक के लिए नहीं, सबके लिए हो रही है। याद रख लेना, जो ऊपर बैठे वो तो बैंक के पैसे लेके भाग चुके और भागेंगे, भागेंगे और भागेंगे। मैं और आप भाग नहीं सकते। वो दादा हैं, वो लेके भाग जाएंगे, फिर ले लेंगे, फिर भाग जाएंगे, और हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि जो ऊपर बैठे हैं वही उनको भगा रहे हैं और वही उनमें शामिल हैं। फिर राजा ही अगर ऐसा हो जाएगा, प्रधानमंत्री ही ऐसा हो जाएगा, तो फिर क्या बचता है? जिस प्रधानमंत्री को सोचना चाहिए था इन गरीबों के बारे में, उसने सोचा नहीं। बातें करने से क्या होता है? बातें तो कोई भी कर सकता है, बातें करना काफी नहीं होता। बातें जो करें वो कार्यान्वित भी होनी चाहिए। ऐसा नहीं हुआ। टॉकिंग एंड टॉकिंग एंड टॉकिंग एंड टॉकिंग एंड टॉकिंग एंड टॉकिंग एंड वॉकिंग। आपने 1 घंटे बात करके चले गए, उसके बाद आपने सोचा भी नहीं, बात में चेक भी नहीं किया कि मैंने वहां क्या बोला था। वो हो कैसे पाएगा? बस बोल दिया, बात खत्म, जाओ सो जाओ, कल बात करेंगे, अगले दिन फिर सो जाओ, कल बात करेंगे, और जब तक आप जिएंगे वो कल आएगा ही नहीं। वो देश है हमारा भारत आज का। जब कहते हैं कोई पावर किसी ऐसे को दे दी जाए जो उसके बारे में वो जानता ना हो, उसका रिजल्ट क्या होता है ये बताने की जरूरत नहीं, कोई आवश्यकता नहीं बताने की। नो नीड एट ऑल। आप समझदार हैं या पागल हैं, अब ये आपको फैसला करना है। देश का फैसला तो हो चुका है। ये लोग जिन्होंने जिंदगी बिताई है, जितना भी समय बिताया काम करने में, ये लोग तो नाखुश हैं। ये लोग विश्वास नहीं रखते अब सरकार पे, पब्लिक पे तो कुछ हद तक विश्वास कर रखते होंगे, मैं ये नहीं कहता हूँ। पब्लिक ने तो बहुत हेल्प की है, सड़क पे खाने खाए, पानी दिए हैं। तो पब्लिक का यहाँ पे सवाल नहीं है, सवाल तो उनका है जिनका ये हक बनता था, जिनका अधिकार बनता था कि इन लोगों की केयर करते। उन्होंने केयर नहीं की, और जो केयर करना चाहते हैं उनको भी केयर करने नहीं दी। कई बार गुस्सा भी आता है, सोचता भी हूँ, और सोचता भी हूँ कि शायद मैं ही क्यों बोल रहा हूँ ऐसा, मैं ही क्यों गवर्नमेंट के खिलाफ बात कर रहा हूँ, और मैं ही क्यों इन लोगों के फेवर में बात कर रहा हूँ। बहुत बार सोच में आता है, और फिर सब बातें खत्म हो जाती है माइंड से, यार छोड़ो, जो होगा हो जाएगा, देखेंगे। हमारी इतने औकात नहीं कि हम बीच में घुस के इसको ठीक कर सकें, हम बहुत छोटे आदमी हैं। अपनी मन की भड़ास निकाल देते हैं फेसबुक पे आके कहीं कि शायद कोई सुन ले, कुछ कर दे, लेकिन ऐसे लगता नहीं। और भविष्य जब तक इनका सही नहीं होगा, इन कर्मियों का सही नहीं होगा, तो किसी का भी सही नहीं होगा। ये बात भी समझ लेना। अर्थव्यवस्था बहुत दूर नहीं है, बहुत पास में है। अगर चाहें तो जल्दी से जल्दी रियल एस्टेट हो सकता है, लेकिन वो करना भी नहीं चाहता अंदर से। शायद उन कंपनियों को फायदा हो रहा होगा। खैर, इन बातों करने से क्या होने वाला है? डेली की बातें हम करते रहते हैं। मैं ज़्यादा समय ना लेकर आगे चलूँगा। फिर भी मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा लोगों से कि कुछ सोचें, कुछ भी सोचें, और ख़ास तौर से अभियंता वर्ग, इंजीनियर कम्युनिटी। भाई देखो, ऐसे बात नहीं बनेगी। आप सिर्फ आज का सोच रहे हैं कि खर्चा कौन करे। बात खर्चे का नहीं, सरकार के पास कोई पैसे की कमी नहीं है। Government has plenty of money for this purpose. They have money for every purpose, but not for this purpose. That's the only disappointing situation. That for my poor, government has no money, and for all others they have money. This means for government, money is more important than human being. If today I die by corona or something, nobody will care for me. So it's for them as well. कई बार इमोशनल भी हो जाते हैं हम, सोच सोच के ऐसा कैसे हो गया। क्या करें, इंसान है, मानव है। अगर ये साथ अमीरों के होता तो मुझे दुख नहीं होता, क्योंकि अमीर तो पैसा बहुत रखता है, वो अपना ख्याल कर सकता है। दुख तो उनका होता है जिनकी जेब में पैसा नहीं है। अगर मैं भी मजदूर हो सकता हूँ ना, आप ये क्यों नहीं सोचते, मैं कोई टाटा बिरला के परिवार से नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि मैं अब केरलों में पैदा हुआ हूँ और मैं केरलों में ही मरूंगा, मेरे साथ ऐसा नहीं है और शायद आपके साथ भी ऐसा नहीं है। लेकिन जो हमारे जैसे लोग हैं, जिससे हो सकता है थोड़े ऊपर हम आ गए हों, हो सकता है उनसे ऊपर थोड़ा मैं आ गया हूँ अपने आर्थिक विकास में, अपने स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ लिविंग में, क्योंकि मैं भी तो वही था एक समय। मैं भी एक समय वही था। मैं कोई बहुत बड़े परिवार से नहीं हूँ, छोटे से परिवार से हूँ और गरीब परिवार से हूँ। तो गरीब ही प्रॉब्लम को रियलाइज कर सकता है। If somebody asks me walk 100 kilometers or 200 kilometers or 300 kilometers, I will get mad. Yes, I can walk few kilometers. I cannot deny that. Say 6 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers in a go straight without any rest, you can walk. But if you are compelled to walk for thousands kilometers, hundreds kilometers, this is not practical. It's not possible. Well, when you are sad, I don't want to be sad, but I am not sad for me. I am sad for those who abuse them. Those people are not having degree of sympathy. Those people cannot think for poor. Those think only for hypocrisy, only for show business, nothing else. Leave it now and go further, and that is Prabandhan management, projects management, and contracts management, quality management, safety management, and other many managements. Uh, I'm talking because you all have time now. You're only listening or you're watching. And I expected that people should contribute to this also. Contribute not money, contribute time and learn it. Maybe you cannot learn 100%, but something you can learn every day you talk, you listen, but it depends upon your degree of being serious, how serious you are. And I'm not finding that there are hundreds of people who are serious about this issue. If you think that they have to just measure how much money you get after passing examination in terms of Europe, I think we can't do that. Now, management, when I say management or organization, always same thing. Organization controls are called management, and management means organization because organization itself controls everything. And it depends upon what sort of organization you have designed for something. This body from head to toe is also organization. Is done by God. So we can learn from itself even. Don't go away. You can learn that your body is working, your mind is working, your every part of your body is working. And internally and externally both. Externally is that not important as internally is important. So internal is like protective protection, products outlet. Your temperature inside your body, your chemicals, your any other foreign elements to be added in this will spoil. The whole this desert can spoil. The whole cooking can spoil if something enters there. That point we have to understand very well. When I say organization, absolute organization that is. When I say when I say controls, it means controls in every disciplines. It may be execution control, it may be supervision control, it may be quality or safety or planning or whatever controls. Those controls value because you are there. Management, we say, or organization, I say, you check yourself. How do you manage? You check your life, you check your professional work, or if you don't have job, you just think how much I have to do to get this job. That will simply say what sort of nation you are, where you are living in. It's like something, let's say about very common point. We say organization. Now, if say you are going to construct a building, RCC building, and if somebody says first you do roof and then come down, and at last you do foundation, you may say it's possible. How it is possible? You don't know. You say it is possible. Is it possible that you hang your building in air and then make foundation? Is it possible? There is a system for that. The system says that you have to go from foundation to ground and ground to first floor and first floor to second floor, second floor, third floor, and that. If you do not understand organization of that, you cannot build that structure. What is organization there? You just think of in simple language what you have to think of, that there is a land or plot, you call it. It may be the joint other land, but your portion is that. Let's say this is your portion which you are going to construct building. How do you do? You may say we excavate and we do this foundation and do this and then backfill and then make basement like that. When you plan for some building, it is essential that you have complete planning in your mind. Even if you do not know engineering, you know what it is done because you have seen it. You have seen buildings constructed in your city, in your town, or in your village even. You have that kind of experience. That is because of experience, because of common sense, because you have seen that. You have not studied that, and that's why you know how building is constructed. You know it is constructed. First we do excavation, then we control excavation, then we go to some other method. It may be piling is there. The piling is also not enough. This means a kind of dog on this asset. Okay, dog is there, no problem. We can take dog service or even solo service. Let us say we are taking service of a dog to construct a building. Can a dog construct a building? No. You need someone who knows this job. You are on a building, it's indeed true, but you cannot construct it yourself because activities are heavy and dirty clothes you don't like, dirty environment you don't like in your house. That means this works. It works because till now it was considered scrutinized. You do what? You start excavation first, right? After setting out, etc. You start excavation, then you do some other act like ramming or ramming with force so that compaction it is called in my language, maybe you call it putai, whatever you call it. Then you put some concrete on that, and then you play is bar house, steel bars around that conclusion. There, which is part of public, there is no access in. No convenience was given till now that you can upgrade your English. After excavation, you do all compaction and then you start concreting, shuttering, steel, and then all that. Then you start beams, ground beams, and start backfill, provide waterproofing. Then you go for slabs, beams, etc. And then you go to next floor and next level. So maybe if you see one, how many days are between 16 to 22. So you construct building that way. But you do not understand in that way, in that sequence, in each activity, you keep same for all items in same level. But that's not correct. You should understand first what you are going to do, and this papers, this material, all will tell you how you have to use that material. The best of this is coming. After that, you say my building is over. Is that a system? My question is that. Yes, that is a system. Sequencing your building is a system. And how this system works, because you know it, that's why you did it. Either you know or you are some tradesman or trades skilled person will tell you how to do it. You accept that. That's true. That is system, ordinary system. And this is what I'm talking. I'm not talking something else. I am talking only this. Nothing else. This is on a small scale you are doing, but if you want large scale, there will be large scale material entries or technology entries. That's what I'm saying. System is a system. Okay, guys. System is a must. This is true, and a sure. This is true. Now, I talked of buildings. I talked of oil plants. I talked of many other related subjects. हमने बातें की बिल्डिंग कैसे बनाते हैं, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया। एक सिस्टम बनाना होता है, एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनानी होती है कोई भी काम करने के लिए। हमने एग्जाम्पल छोटा सा लिया बिल्डिंग का। बिल्डिंग बनाने के लिए हमको खुदाई करनी पड़ती है, उसमें परमिशन लेनी पड़ती है, फिर रास्ते भी रोकने पड़ते हैं, सड़क कंट्रोल करने पड़ते हैं, कुछ जैसे ये सारा नहीं कर सकते। और उसके बीच के बाद भी अगर ना हो तो ना हो। मैंने जैसे कहा आप खुदाई करेंगे, मिट्टी को कूटेंगे, फिर उसके ऊपर आप कंक्रीट डालेंगे, फिर बाकी सरिया डालेंगे, शटरिंग करेंगे, और करते करते आप पूरा लेंटर जिसे कहते हैं छत डाल देंगे। वो एक सिस्टम है, उसको मना नहीं कर रहा। सबको सीखना पड़ता है, जब जाते हैं पढ़ने। हमने भी सीखा था इस टाइम में। हमें सिस्टम सीखना था, हमने सीखा। आजकल सीखते नहीं है, सिखाते हैं लोग। आज तक हमको सिखाते हैं लोग कि सिस्टम क्या होता है, लेकिन हम कह रहे हैं सिस्टम को समझिए, तो उसको समझिए तो सही। समझना नहीं चाहते, बस दे दो उनको। आजकल कोई भी व्यक्ति इकट्ठा करना चाहता है नॉलेज को भी, जबकि यूज नहीं करता है। यूज कीजिए, आपको और मिल जाएगी, कोई रुकावट नहीं है वहां पे। यूज तो आपने करना, क्यों नहीं किया आपने? कुछ आगे चले, सोचें कि हमें क्या बात कर रही है, तो बात हमको करना चाहिए आगे जाके। कुछ लोग होंगे कि वही बातें रोज बैठता है। जी हाँ, हम वही बातें बैठते हैं क्योंकि बातें इतनी इम्पोर्टेंट है। हम रोज नहीं बताएंगे तो आपको समझ नहीं आएगी। वो कहते हैं सेफ्टी फर्स्ट। सिस्टम में सेफ्टी इज फर्स्ट। अब कुछ लोग समझने वाले कुछ और समझ जाते हैं इस बात को, जबकि मीनिंग ऑफ सेफ्टी फर्स्ट इज start yourself in this system. Start your injection. Yes, sir. Now let's go safety first. I said safety first means we have to take care of safety of ourselves and safety of everyone before we put them or deploy them on work. We say safety first means first you have to take care of yourself and everybody with you. That is safety first. It doesn't mean you are first. It means it's the start of work. That's what safety first we say. You have to care yourself that you won't fall, you don't meet accident, and then you care for others that they don't meet accident. That's called safety first. And what we say, if you know safety, there should be no pain. If you understand safety, there is understanding that safety is not your friend. If you say safety first, as I tell you, if you know safety, what safety happens, you are safe. If you cannot even know what is safety, better you connect it to somewhere else. If you leave it there unsafe, it will certainly give you losses. I was in a company for few days, few months, and I used to fight with people about hard hat, about safety shoes. People, these people, ours and Bengalis and reactions. They they don't listen to anybody, and our people too are no different. Even some of our staff members were all like that. I didn't like it actually. If the staff members also don't care for safety methods for this, then there's no meaning. How can you control that? Safety, health, environment, ergonomics. Safety is for you, health is for you, environment is for you, and ergonomics is for you, all for you. If you can analyze this very well, it's the greatest contribution. If you allow in public way, in public standards. Because everyone is not busy every day for 8 hours. They are busy following days together. When health is okay, you can you can extract more production from your body. When health is not okay, when we say quality, what does it mean? Quality of everything. And when we say planning means planning of everything. And we say supervision and approval means you have to supervise. Even there is break because you are like a guard, a guard. Similarly, I say planning, you have to see planning is okay or not. If it's not okay, it won't be successful, it's okay to be successful. So my only background construction is that everything is controlled and not allowed. Uh, Now come back to the active mode. I was just thinking on how to explain to you from active mode to something. Management, organization. It's not mine alone, it's for all you. How you treat this safety, this planning, this mechanism, everything. You must remember that civil engineering projects are always very expensive. Very expensive because we cannot see them in our whole life. When we say we are starting this, we starting organization. We plan, we design, we quantify. हर चीज का डिजाइन होता है, हर चीज को देखा जाता है कैसे परफॉर्म करेगी, कैसा ये कर सकती है, और कितनी इसको चाबी दी जाए काम करने के लिए, वो सब देखना होता है. You have to see that. I'm little drowsy because I did not sleep last night due to heat so much, and I'm very upset these days of these workers. Really, I'm very upset. I never got upset in my life, but I'm upset this time. In my last talks, I talked about contracts, and this is what I'm continuing because other I already explained at length about quality, about planning, about all that. But items of cooking was temporarily not. I did not eat last night because I never eat too late. I was talking of contracts, and contracts were in talk in discussions. And contract means its way of getting work done. Way of getting work done is called contracting. This is a medium, this is a subject. Because everybody cannot do everything. If you have to go somewhere, if you say you have to go to somewhere by travel, rail travel, surface travel, or bus travel, or flight travel, you have to go somewhere using either of these. And I have seen cycles falling off due to anything else. I say you have to go say to some city, how will you go? You say, I'll go by bus, or I'll go by car, or I'll take myself. Self alarm, no, don't do that. All right. Now, contracts I was talking about. करार एक पैसा देने वाला other person's contractor, person is giving money or taking responsibility is employer, and the person who is not on that contract is called engineer to supervise work done on that contract. Each and every work is that's responsible. This is the basics of contract. And controls are basics, and that is cost control and time, which are much more basic than everything else. If you escalate these characters, escalate these properties, these requirements, this definitely defined control, quality and time, you actually lose on grip from your contract. It's very essential that these points, these attributes must be controlled, and that's what is called organizational management. Because these three are the qualities of an organization. Time itself is an organization, and cost depends upon the organization or your known real resources of your organization. If you want to really live in a field, you have to understand these knowledge areas, which are three areas, and then there are more. This is communication, resources, planning, risk factors, communication. So many are there. You think of and you find it there, and that is very important from every aspect of contract. It's not imagination, but practical controls. If you can do that, you are best professional. But it's not easy to do that because there are so many obstructions, hindrances, so many points that do not help you, that try to devalue you or fell you down from your standing. So you have to understand that very clearly and understand that point very clearly. Everything is not done in a way you think it should be done. One thing you need is confidence in you. Your approach should be positive. It should be result oriented. You'll get failure first time, second time, probably third time. But when you are used to enjoy failures, you will suddenly start success. That's also true. Because your attention is required, your concentration is required, your hunger is required, hunger to know, hunger to learn. Not alone book knowledge. Book knowledge also required, but not alone, not standing alone. Book knowledge is required in this. You need reference knowledge, referral knowledge of book, and that knowledge is very important in such works. Confidence building comes in long years experience when you learn work, then you do work, then you have independence in that work, leave dependence, and that is where you can think that you are so independent that you can lead yourself and also you can lead others. That that reach point is come is able or shall come in life of everyone today or tomorrow, one day or tomorrow, depending on your continuation of that project, continuations of that line, continuation of your work. They keep on changing from this to that. Then you will be perfect in none and imperfect in everyone. Imperfection, perfection are very important. Buildability, constructibility, very important. Whenever we say design about design, say comment. My first comment is always that designer should know which is best way to construct something. If my designer is not interested in that and there is no approach, oh no, I am design engineer. I have to deliver this design, you follow it. If you can't follow it, then I will help you. But you forget that that person who is dealing in sun, this drawing, first of all, spoils. Even if you take good side after lamination or something, that stage is very critical. Project management is therefore organization management is a very important part. Designers should think only design, that's not good. Designers should think design and what can, how shall this work be done? How this work shall be done, that's more important. Because in that process only, in process to know best working method, you will you'll understand how variance can be made on various conditions of temperatures all time. And in some cases, you move up to your whole time and you're not able to do that. I'm talking with journal sequences of management, sequences of professional work, sequences of organization, because in our field, there's so much to learn. Too much to learn and too much to idealize later on in join engineering and do more. But if you are very experienced, then these terms are just wastes of time. It's waste of time. When I something about someone, I don't get any answer that I expected. So I have to think again how to compose my question so that person gives the right answer by understanding that. Because my capacity of even question compositions is not that much. I just should have it. Contract, when I say, is very small term but very useful and legal term. When I say contract, it's not contract of milk supply, it's not contract of something very small. This is contract where future of hundreds of people involved. When future of hundreds of people are involved, this is not simply a contract. If your contract is not successful, there may be accident. There can be repetitive accidents. There can be quality fall. There may be shelving of project. There may be stoppage of project. There may be whatever possibility. I'm not blaming anybody. I should not. And if you think you have passed certain contract syllabus, certain degree that equips you with knowledge of contract, then you are also mistaken that you have passed that. Because passing examination got no meaning. There's no meaning in passing examination if you don't really understand total facts. If you say I have passed contract subject, I have passed how to deal contract with, then you have passed nothing. Until you understand work done under that contract, you can't say you have understood everything. It's just like something you know thoroughly and very good. If you know only referral, then you don't know this. There are so many activities conducted on projects which have nothing to do with what you learned in your field, in theory, or in your education. You can learn anything. But until you experience that, you learn nothing. You practice that practically. We used to study our theory in our engineering, and there was also classes for tutorials. There also used to be site visits, and there used to be projects in between various classes. This was you were made to think, I was made to think how to do a job. That making of thinking of doing job starts your work. There can be many methods. I think I'm doing job. There's one option, second option, third option, fourth option, fifth option, depending on my way of to find what is easiest way to do this job. And what is easiest way is not a way where you are free, but a way where you control, you are under control, you control those activities. If you control those activities very well, very successfully, you can do that contract very easily, provided you understand everything. And if you don't understand everything, you can't do that. You'll make mistakes. It's same thing if I'm driving a car. I am enjoying, okay, you are enjoying car driving till you are in control. But time when you forget how to control these directions of car, or you feel I'm very expert in driving, or you access your excess of confidence in that. Always you make accidents because you have crossed your confidence level and you have started thinking you are very smart. Then you start falling. Construction field or management field or our profession is not single person work. It's not simple driving or conductor work. It's work to move all together. Not only civil engineering discipline but very many related disciplines. In part or in full, we have to move together. Formally, there is one person appointed on the contract. That's called representative or agent or person responsible for that project. Those can be appointed for purpose that they are experienced people. They cannot simply be appointed by looking at your face. Okay, your face is excellent. Come on, join this. Nobody is going to watch your face. You have to make up a team, placing yourself at lead. And if you're not able to make that, you are not going to work. If team doesn't listen to you, or you don't understand team, or you do not assign correct work to the right person, that may result in your fall. That may result in fall from your actions. आप कोई भी प्रोजेक्ट का काम करना चाहते हैं, आपको समझना होता है उस प्रोजेक्ट को, आपको टीम बनानी होती है कुछ करने से पहले, आपको खुदाई करने से पहले बहुत कुछ सोचना होता है और आप नहीं सोच सकते मान लीजिए, तो ऐसा काम को पकड़ के आगे चलने के लिए कैसे फायदा। अगर आपको इंटरेस्ट नहीं काम कराने में, इंटरेस्ट खाली बैठने में रूम में और कैलकुलेशन करने में और कुछ भी नहीं करने में, आप मैनेजर नहीं हो सकते, आप इंजीनियर नहीं हो सकते। Management is therefore not one man responsibility. It is the responsibility of all those who deal with that. Contract is very dangerous, but it is important. It is essential because it is expertise, it's professional, it requires complete professionalism because it's a contract where technicalities are involved, it's a contract where law is involved, it's a contract where people are involved, it's a contract where social life is involved, and it's a contract where economy is involved. Economy, human resources, material resources, this, that, correspondence, all that. A long list of jobs you have to do. Sometimes you do so many things you don't expect them to do yourself, but you do. Because you think, okay, this is a very small activity, I do in 5 minutes. Why call someone and let me do it? Well, that's true, nothing wrong with that. As far as you deliver results. And remember, delivery of first result, then deliver second result, then deliver third result, then you will become result oriented. Do you want to be result oriented or you just want to show that I've done something? Orientation of result is your achievement, and skipping project is also your responsibility. Why were you appointed? You have to think. What's the purpose of appointment? If you think there's a purpose or objective of appointment, so fine, you can do that. Everybody has an appointment, has some purpose. That's why we are there on projects. Meaningless people cannot be there. It's only lie if I say everybody is suitable for that. It's a real lie. When we say we bound together, also we are binding together for this. You have to be bound until you are slave. You are unbound. Often I experience that engineers in reality are not very much inclined to learn projects. Very unfortunate. If I don't understand what I have to do, and I want to do that, or if I don't know how to do and I want other person to do for me, then I'm not justified. I can't justify that. Well, those those who cannot deal with people, or in English we call those who are not who don't know diplomacy. So I hate this word diplomacy. I don't like this word because diplomacy means do nothing actually. Real meaning of management. Do you know what's real meaning of management? What I understand from my colleagues. Real meaning of management. Real meaning of management, do nothing. Do nothing yourself. You have five postmen. Hey, postman take this. Oh, postman take this. Oh, postman take this, and writes action, action, explain and answer and respond and action. My job is over. One manager used to tell me, why are you wasting you? Why are you doing donkey work? They used to call this donkey work. Donkey work. If you are doing detailing yourself, you are donkey. Thank you very much, my colleague. Your good idea. I was donkey and I'm happy that I was donkey. Then he used to call me workaholic. Okay, thank you, I'm workaholic. I never took alcohol. So I am workaholic. You are using term alcohol also, though I am not alcoholic. So I am workaholic. Okay, fine. Thank you very much. Then he told me you are fool. Your mind is not working, having so much knowledge, and you have come to this junior position. You are mad. Okay, I am mad. No problem. Whatever you call, I am, because I am human being. I think every activity is mine. Every work is mine. I remember one of my senior, my you can say referee, when I did my engineering education through Institute of Engineers, Kolkata, in India. There was a gap after passing something, Section A, that you have to be recommended secretly by your referee, whom you deal with. You submit your project or whatever that referee wants you to submit your activity, because at that time you're employed in junior position, and it was a must that you should be employed somewhere when you're learning, you're improving for higher education degree. At that time I was only diploma pass, and that education was required to reach status of a BE degree. That referee, when I met him and he gave me assignment, he told me, "Don't worry, you are working very good. You have learned a lot." He raised many questions to us. and I was with many other students. He raised many questions regarding some accidents happened in those days regarding shuttering fell or something else fell. I answered them. I answered them. Means, what he was satisfied with the answers, but one thing he clearly, secretly advised that never depend on others. Never depend on others without any dues. If you depend upon others only, yes, you depend, but keep a margin, keep a parallel arrangement. You depend on others, don't worry, but keep a parallel arrangement for risk. Because when you say someone to do something, it's not guaranteed that that person would do that positively or at that time when it's required. So don't take chance because that person doesn't guarantee you that that would do it. So you keep a parallel limit for yourself or use yourself to do that in case that is not done. But he told facts. I realize in life that it happens. It happens. But there's a problem. You cannot do everything with you alone. Our field is like that. There's so much in university we are not taught. We are taught theory of structure. In civil I'm talking. We are taught structural designs, structural steel, RCC, pre-stressed concrete, and many more. We are taught construction engineering. We are taught surveying, and we are taught estimation costing, and also such types of mandatory and safe subjects we are taught. Those includes practicals also, which you have to do by your hands. But our students, colleagues, mates used to skip classes when it was carpentry class or blacksmith class or something like that. Because who has to work hard? It's not because of working hard we are taught that. We are taught that you should understand how workers do. You have to understand how how this work is done so that you have an idea. You have an idea about hard work and traditional work. Because you are going to be a professional in this field, so you should have experience of everything. Every act these people do, our industrial workers. If I have that idea, even though it is preliminary, it's raw, I have done exact engineering designs in mechanical, yet application must be known. Drawings must be known what drawings say. Electrical itself is very complicated, but once you understand, then it's not complicated. It's just a question of tools you don't have, then you cannot do that work. That's why I say do not delegate much of your work to others. If you can manage, you can organize yourself. Or if you want to delegate, then first build a team. Team building is very important. Once you have organized yourself as a team or supported by a team, there's no question that you'll fall provided you don't sleep. Sleep not physically, mentally I'm saying. But sometimes I also sleep. When you talk at length, your mind starts thinking automatically and it automatically reacts at the same time and also to think what you have to talk in coming few minutes. So these three stages keep on going and sometimes I find lost myself in sleep momentarily. Coming back to main point, contract. Contract. This is contract. Shh, shh. Oh, shh, shh. You know what is this? It is contract. We are together. We are together. Or we are not together. We are. I am pulling you. You pull me. I am pulling you. You pull me. I am pulling you. You pull me. Which one is better? This one is better, or this one, or this one? This one is better. Which one is better? You understand? समझ आ रहा है आपको? नहीं आ रहा. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का मतलब करार है. हम एक साथ चलने को तैयार हैं. यही तो मतलब है. नहीं तो क्या मतलब है? क्या मतलब बताइए. हमने फैसला किया दोनों ने कि हम इन शर्तों पे, इस एग्रीमेंट पे एक साथ चलने को तैयार हैं इस समय सीमा के लिए. और अगर हम में से नहीं चल पाए, उसका रिजल्ट ये हो सकता है. ये हो सकता है कि जो मैं आपको कह रहा हूँ वो नहीं कर रही और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट चलना मुश्किल हो गया. वो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ही क्या जो मुश्किल हो जाए. कॉन्ट्रैक्ट इज कॉन्ट्रैक्ट. If you only believe in competition, then I think it's no contract. You may compete and you may win, but you have very little margin in that. And you cannot meet contract requirements because of many limitations and restrictions. That point is also very important. Contract conditions are always very complicated, but too easy if you work honestly. If you work very honestly, contract is not a problem. If you have defective planning from beginning itself, I am going to file these rates, and then also keep a margin for tuition work or for result work or teaching work. What shall happen, do you know? If you have dirty mind thought behind that, you shall create problems for yourself and you shall create problems for others. But destination is, objective is delivery of that project so that name ends as such project. You ask me why name such as object name Jag or the book project is gone. It should go. That's what you don't understand meaning of contracts. This should go. Objective should be received. If you can't issue object, there's no meaning of contract. Contract and project and operation have many meanings. When I say project, I say project. What does it mean? I don't know why I'm feeling thirsty every 5 minutes. Some problem, is it? Some problem with me. I had taken tea on this happening. Project is what? What is definition of a project? Date of start, date of completion. This is called duration. Start date, completion date. This is length of duration. Once it is over, title project is over. It's delivered. They say project is delivered. Project is delivered. So what is called now? After delivery, what do you call it? When you get some item from market, what does it mean? You may say it's a consumer, it's consumable, or it's something permanent to be used. Yes, that's right. It's something permanent to be used. So this project which you delivered, somebody will use it. Certainly, somebody will use it. So post delivery, what do you call it? Post delivery, it's called operation. Operation. And if you understand that operation has no limit. There is no date of start of operation and date of end of operation. No limit. You can divide it in annual returns, annual maintenance, annual maintenance, annual maintenance. You can do that. Or you can say ARMO, annual repair and maintenance, annual repair and maintenance, annual repair and maintenance. But construction time is over. So, definition of project is this. Parties definition you know very well. This means it's different world where construction person is not required except some time of maintenance. This is contract, construction contract, not maintenance contract. That contract is different. There is date of start or start of a project. There is completion of project, and that is two types. One is practical completion. One is total completion or final completion. You may get many animals to eat on your site, but there's no grass, there's nothing seen. So once you are on float of project duration, you are required there as engineer or project manager. And once you complete all procedures of commissioning, verifying projects, projects. This contract is for project. So we now come to our talk of project, which you know what I was talking of. I am just trying to let you understand what is life of project. There is practical completion when you say work is physical over. You may call it mechanical completion also, that this project is over theoretically, practically, but there are some points which are left, and there is a maintenance period for this. Say 1 year, 2 year, 1.5 year, depending on your contract. But this maintenance period is also included in this contract, and we are responsible within that duration of maintenance. And if something happens, we will take care of that. So when date of maintenance is over, that and when they say, okay, we have accepted this we understood this what we want to do and accept it now thoroughly. Then and only then it's called completion. That you complete your maintenance for defined duration. And when this completion is over, your works are discharged, your rights are discharged, your responsibilities are discharged, and you can say, and you get a discharge certificate from responsible engineer in government. I am doing discharge certificate proving that my work is done. So you own a credit of that project. You did that project in whatever. You can use that with your details CV that this project I can be asked about. So I should say that those people who are having many military controls all over. This was only reason I tried to explain to you what is contract. And this period of start to completion is very complicated. Activities move fast, but law does not move fast. Law cannot be compared to application of product. That's why I wanted you to understand mechanism behind contracts. This mechanism is very important to be understood because sometimes whole life passes away, but we are not clear about contract. It's not because we cannot understand that, it's because we are not keen to understand that. We are not keen to improve our knowledge. We are not keen to understand what we want to talk of. We are not keen about anything. We just want to live as we are living. Contract generally can be can be designed by yourself. There is no risk at all. There is no bar at all. No bar. There is no law that can stop you from making your own contract if both parties agree. There's no bar to that. But because everybody cannot comply with their instructions, this happens. You can make your own contract. I don't mind that, but there should be some principles behind that. Those principles must be understood, and for that purpose, I am here to discuss with you. If you can understand that, or if you want to know that, it's not that I'm happy or yeah, because I want to tell you. Happy or tell you comes later on. It's question of money, cost. It's question of time, and it's question of quality. All three dominating factors, dominating knowledge areas are significant to realize that contract is remarkable or we may say contract is just so, or you can say contract is not acceptable because that party one doesn't accept this. If party one doesn't accept this means you have to go and come back with that material for contract. That is lot of time, you can say. Generally, in profession, people use standard forms for whatever they do, and we too. We have standardized contracts, just like we have standardized quality system and standardized cleaning system or housekeeping system or standardized, ergonomics, which is used in every system. We have to be ready with all that to understand what you're talking about. It is not numerical. There's no formula to devise anything in contract. Contracts are very simple in language, though in past these used to be a little problematic, but now on an overall. When we say contract, research institutions come in front because they are already in tune to international contract systems, and some work has been done through a body known as FIDIC. There are other bodies also, but virtually speaking, it's genuine one, it's justified one. If you understand that, we should not forget that contract is a legal document. I was involved in contracts in, let's say, 1986, 87, 88, 89, and in 1985 to 86. Yes, I saw there many details which I had seen before, but the style of working is still there. If we move on contract system, there's no end. When I was young, I also used to think in that manner you think, because engineers are very good in mathematics. They can calculate, they can quantify, they can formalize. But as far as theory is concerned, text is concerned, where script comes into play, engineers community keep track that. The device they get back their tracking and talking. I on FIDIC, which is international document, as I showed you all time, FIDIC means you know that FIDIC is a standard document. Red book it is called. Red book maybe you have heard or not, I don't know, but name is red, book is not red. Effects are red. You should. I should show you again and again because when you are talking something must be heard reference. Maybe I'm sorry. And of course with some diagrams. These are some contents which you know. And this is another chart. Time sequence. Then there is payment sequence and other sequences. And, and I think that's all. And I should stick to talk. Despite I'm feeling lazy, but no problem. I'll do it. Lazy or not lazy, it's a Saturday and you maybe you're enjoying, no problem, can enjoy, but I have to do my work. I am drinking hot water, I like it. In this, or get lost. I was on a point yesterday, I reached up to a point which you may call 8. I remember it was 8, and 8:4 was over, that is advance warning, an extension of time. Then it was delayed causes of by authorities, it was over. Then it was rate of progress, it was over. We were talking of delayed damages, we start here, reconsider this. That is that is delay damages. This was 8-8, clause 8-8 in our system. I will read text of this and explain to you what I mean to say about that. डिले डैमेजेस मतलब नुकसान जो देर होने से हुआ, कौन देगा? नुकसान का मतलब जो भी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में टाइम फिक्स था, आपने उस टाइम में कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पूरा नहीं किया, तो भाई हमारा तो बनता है, हमारा नुकसान भर गया। कॉमन सेंस की बात है, तो इसमें सोचने की बात नहीं। अभी हम चलते हैं, बात करते हैं। ये तो हमने समझा दिया आपको कि जब आपने काम में टाइम पूरा नहीं किया, सॉरी टाइम टाइम में काम पूरा नहीं किया, तो आपको नुकसान तो भुगतना पड़ेगा। अब वो कैसे भुगतते हैं वो देखने की बात है। यही कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है। टाइम फैक्टर जो मैंने कहा बार बार, टाइम और पैसा और क्वालिटी, ये तीनों चलने बहुत जरूरी है। तीनों फैक्टर बहुत जरूरी है। टाइम मेरा है और क्वालिटी भी मुझे चाहिए, क्वालिटी भी चाहिए, टाइम मेरा है और कॉस्ट भी मेरी है, तो कंट्रोल तो मेरे ही होने चाहिए। आप एक सुपरवाइजर हो, आप वो कह सकते हैं, कह नहीं सकते। ओनली वी कैन से, वी कांट क्लेम। ये कहता है डिले डैमेजेस 8-8, contract fails if contract fails to comply with subclause 8.2 time for completion। अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट फेल हो जाता है कंप्लीशन टाइम को पूरा करने के लिए, employer shall be entitled subject to subclause 20.2 claims for payment and or EOT extension of time to payment of delays damages by contractor for this default. Delay damages shall be amount stated in contract data. which shall be paid for every day which which shall elapse between relevant time for completion and relevant date of completion shall not exceed shall not exceed maximum amount of delay damages if any stated in contract data. Get it? You get it? No, you don't get it. I know. Delay damages. When we make a contract, it's our duty that if my project is not delivered in time, and I am feeling many texts. There is a delay because of you. There's a time defined in contract, you do not fulfill that. You delayed your job without delivering in time, and there are any number of days you have to tell them, I could not complete it. And that party asks you later on also, what is date and day. Let us say, as I said yesterday also, whatever sum is defined in that contract, that you have to pay this sum back, even for a single day delay, as compensation to employer or owner in case that project is not under use by employer. Hmm. But question is, why was delay? Yes, we can pay him, but you think it's so easy that there's a delay of say 1 month or 2 months, and every day you have to pay 10,000 rupees. What's the thing or no? If there was a delay, then we should know there is a delay, and we should also know that if this delay continues, we shall be recovered this much amount. Suppose there is a delay of 1 month. 1 month. On a contract of 2 years, 24 months, there's a delay of 1 month or 2 months, whatever you think start. Let us say 24 months and there's a delay of 1 month. Means in 24 months, there's a 1 month delay or 2 month delay, let's say. It's one lot series on 1 kilometer. In your setting of this delay mechanism, if you are paying 10,000 rupees per day or 1 lakh, let's say 1 lakh rupees per day, in 2 months, how much it will be? 60 lakhs. You are going to pay 60 lakhs because of non-delivery. Now, this money which you are going to pay for delay, ultimately, this is your loss because this you are paying out of your profit. Is it sensible that you have received? And this money is not going to come back if you don't deliver project in time. This money which you did not control your project for. You did not control your procedures, you did not control your approvals, and this was delayed. You must not be happy, I know, because there's a delay. You have to pay now. But had you known from beginning itself, you have controlled your project. There's a provision also that in case you are able to recover all this, recover all the point you must understand. When you feel there's a delay, do not allow delay because now you have seen this delay here. I showed to you. You are working on that. You have known where it was and how it was. You have to analyze that. You have to find why it delayed, why it got delayed. At that time, you did not care. You said, oh, you will recover, you will recover, you will recover. Overconfidence statement will recover. But you don't know how to recover. All right, then delay. You have to check. You have to drill, study that. Means why should be controlled? Why should be controlled? You have to diligently for whatever reason there could be. You have to find reason and solution for that. You solve it in 10 minutes more. But you know, after all, delay is your nail in your coffin. It's your nail if you cannot control this. It's controllable if you can control this because you have to recover your plan. You have to add human resources, machines, and materials, and bring more people to supervise. And if you are successful in that, one will have a exercise. So delay point is that which you understand now, and I'll speak because I want to go very slow on delay so that you can understand. If you want, you can raise question through mail, no problem to me. Now, what it says, if you read that, you have to reach practical completion and you have to reach final completion. You don't forget that. These delay damages, I'm going to read that. These delay damages shall be only damages due from contractor. These delay damages shall be only damages due from contractor for contractor's failure to comply with subclass 8.2 time for completion. Other than in event of termination under subcontract, under subclass 15.2 termination for contractor, contractor default before completion of works. These delay damages shall not relieve contractor these delay damages delay damages shall not relieve contractor from obligation to complete works or from any other duties, obligations or responsibilities which contractor may have under or in connection with contract. क्या समझा? आपके ऊपर डिले लग गया, आपने you delayed and you are ready to pay damages. Even if you are ready to pay damages, you are able to pay damages, it shall still ask you in future, give me my delays or get my delays. No sir, I had done all that. You can see file has sent you all notices. What else do you want? Now that administrator of contractors engineer has to decide. But still you are responsible to deliver timely this contract. If you can deliver timely this contract by whatever way, by whatever route, how you do it, if you can do it, then these damages which you have paid or recovered from your contract shall be paid back to you without any interest. Then it is what says in next para, see, it says that subclause shall not limit contractor's liability for delay damages in any case of fraud, gross negligence, deliberate default, or reckless reckless transactions and reckless misconduct by contractor. आप कुछ भी हो साहब, आप कॉन्ट्रैक्टर हैं. It's your duty to deliver this project in time and with quality. And if you don't do that, we can take action against you. Or that action is If you don't accept or clear damages, you cannot provide. There is a shaken. We go to next one, and that is now employers. That is employers suspension. I was talking this about and very aggressively talked about my own experience in that. I think you remember that I was talking about firing range. I talked about that. You must be remembering. So we'll go now further on to that. What is suspension? Employer's suspension. Suspension of contract done by employer as a full contract or part of the contract due whatever reason. Hmm. So you take that. Engineer may at any time instruct contractor suspend progress of part or all of works which instruction shall state date and cause of suspension. तभी हमने सब सस्पेंड कर दिया आपको भाई आपको आपके पास को कर दिया आपको नहीं क्या ग्राउंड कर दिया ये रास्ता था. During such suspension, contractor shall protect, store, all right, then say during such suspension, contractor shall protect, store, and secure such part or all works as case may be against any deterioration, loss, or damage. To extend that cause of such suspension is responsibility of contractor. Then you can say responsibility is of contractor and consequences of employer suspensions and payment for plant and materials and after employees superior of. Now let's go further. Let's say consequences of employer suspension. What is consequences of that? We start now. Page 10. This is very important again. I'm telling you. That's why I'm going very slow. So that if you have five, you can read that. You can understand that, and you can verify. We go a summary. Point is, if contractor suffers, if contractor suffers delay or incurs cost from complying with an engineer's instruction under subclause 8.9 as we discussed before. Employer suspension and or from resumption of work under subclause 8.9. Alright, I see. Well, it's not easy to understand, comprehend all this without having any specific knowledge. And that's what I want to tell. In these small paragraphs, much is hidden, much is concealed that we have to discover. If you can discover that, you can know a lot. If contractor suffers delay or incurs costs from complying with engineer's instruction under subsection 8.9 and or from resuming work under subclass 8.13 resumption of work, contractor shall be entitled subject to subclass 22 claims and payment and of EOT and or payment of such cost plus profit. Contractor shall not be entitled to extension of time or payment of costs incurred in making good. A consequence of contractor consequences of contractor's fault or defective design if any, workmanship, plant or materials and or any deterioration, loss or damage. Right. Contract consequence of contractual facility or defective design if any workmanship, plant or materials and or any deterioration, loss of loss or damage caused by contractor is failure to project that was initially that was loss of damage caused by contractor's failure to protect, store or secure in accordance with subclause 972. Then we say payment to plant and materials after employer submission suspension. This clause was about consequences of employer suspension, and this is payment for plants and materials of employer suspension. Contractor shall be entitled to payment of payment of value as at date of suspension instructed under subclass 8.9 employer's suspension of plant and materials which have not been delivered to site. So we are now employer suspension is payment for plant and materials. Contractor shall be entitled to payment of value as at date of suspension instructed under subclass 8.9. Employer suspension, that is, and moderate and to moderate. Contractor shall be entitled to payment of value as rate of suspension instructed under subclause 8.9. Come on, we'll see now one by one what I'm talking about. So it was contractor shall be entitled to payment of value as on date of suspension instructed under subclass 8.9. Employers are employers suspension yes, works on plant work on plant and delivery of plant and or materials has been suspended for more than 28 days. All right. Then work or plant. This is A, work or plant or delivery of plant and or materials has been suspended for more than 28 days. And A1, plant and materials were scheduled in accordance with program to have been completed and ready for delivery to site during suspension period, and to contractor provided engineers with reasonable evidence that uh, Alright, then we say contractors provides engineer with reasonable evidence that plant or material comply with contractor and contractor has marked plant and materials as employer's property employer's property in accordance with engineer wish. So in this case we can say if we see that if employer sees that contractor is spending a lot money on that to save time, then we should be happy as employer. But if you see that contractor is not smart enough, is not taking any care to save time, and question arises. So it is about 28 days matter. I repeat it so that you can understand and say payment for plant and materials and contractors shall be entitled to payment of value as on date of suspension instructed under subclause 8.9 of plant and materials which have not been delivered to site. Work of plant of delivery of plant and materials has been suspended for more than 28 days and plant and materials were scheduled in accordance with this program have been completed and ready for delivery to site during suspension period. Contractor provides engineer with reasonable evidence that plant and or materials plant or materials cannot comply with contract under contract and contract has marked plant and materials as employer's property in accordance with some engineers orders. Actually, matlab क्या है कि our meaning is whatever work contract is done by on that day till that day when the suspension is declared, and whatever work has been done or material orders placed. If material orders have been placed, cannot be cancelled, then payment is to be made by employer. And if plants have been ordered, similarly compensation shall be made to the supplier through contractors. Okay, now whatever work or order of whatever has been done till date of suspension that shall be paid by contractor. No way that one paid. sorry, employer and employer cannot say why did you buy it because this was a contract. So this all goes to the responsibility of employer. That's abstract of this clause. If anything done by after that date, then contractor shall be responsible for that, not employer. All right. Now we will go further. Prolonged suspension. Prolonged suspension. और लंबी कभी सस्पेंशन हमने बहुत आगे इसकी बात करनी पड़ेगी क्योंकि हमें तो काम करना था भाई। आप आगे बढ़ाई जा रहे हैं। हम तो ठेकेदार है, कब तक चलेगा ऐसा? ठेकेदार का मतलब ये तो नहीं आप कुछ भी कर लो, ये तो मतलब नहीं होता ना। कॉन्ट्रैक्टर है, हम आपके बराबर है। आज कुछ ज्यादा ही प्यास लग रही है। I don't know because of temperature 31 now very more. Let me just see. Yeah, I'll not disturb this. Don't disturb this. Okay. Now prolonged suspension और दूरी हुई सस्पेंशन में और देर हो गई सस्पेंशन में और भूल गया था कि करना बाद में छोड़ो। आप सोच रहे हैं भाई मस्ती में बोल रहा है आज। नहीं, मस्ती में नहीं बोल रहा। एक तो गर्मी, थोड़ा लेजी भी हूँ मैं आज, नींद नहीं आई रात को बराबर। फिर भी रूटीन में रहना चाहता हूँ मैं हर दिन में। नहीं आज छोड़ो कल करेंगे, मेरा ऊपर स्कूल नहीं है। मुझे लैपटॉप की प्रॉब्लम दिखाने में जाना है, इसके कीबोर्ड्स खराब हुए हैं। If suspension under subclass 8-9, that is employer suspension, has continued for more than 84 days. 84 days, 12 weeks. Hmm. If suspension under subclass 8-9 continues to be more than 84 days, contractor may give a notice to engineer requesting permission to proceed. अरे भाई 84 दिन हो गए, 12 हफ्ते हो गए, तो बता रहे हैं हम पूछेंगे खुद ही, भाई बताइए काम कराना है नहीं कराना है, हम लीगल नोटिस सर्व करेंगे। आप बताइए साहब, एम्प्लॉयर साहब, काम कराना है कि नहीं कराना है, हम फालतू नहीं बैठ सकते। तो सब 84 डेज के बाद हमने नोटिस दे दिया उनको। If engineer does not give answer, it does not give a notice under sub clause 813, resumption of work within 28 days after receiving contractor's notice. 84 days में और ये 28 days आप देखिए जोड़ लीजिए, 100 112 112 days तक अगर आंसर नहीं आया, 84 days तक नहीं गई। उसके बाद एम्प्लॉयर को लिखा और 28 दिन तक वेट किया। Engineer does not give notice under subclause 813 resumption of work within 28 days after receiving contractor's notice under subclause. Contractor may either तो option है A agree to follow suspension, we wait for suspension, agree to a further suspension, in which case parties may agree extension of time and or cost plus profit if contractor incurs cost. नो पॉइंट। एक्सटेंशन दे देते हैं भैया, आपको क्या चिंता कर रहे हैं, आप संभाल लेते हैं। Agree to a further suspension, on which case parties may agree EOT extension of time or cost plus profit if contractor incurs cost and or payment for suspended plant and or materials arising from total period of suspension. All right. So let's see what happens further. Or if parties fail to reach agreement under this subparagraph A, as we said, and that is B, after giving second notice to engineer. First notice was there, then second notice. After giving second notice to engineer, and say after again, oh, sorry, after giving a second notice to engineer, trade suspension as an omission of a fact part. If we say contractor says to engineer, see you have not treated this urgently and it's already 84 days and I don't want to I don't want to connection of storage because Okay, then we go further. Very important topic it is now, very interesting one. It's converting to upper and upper skills. See, once we gave you say 20, this is first it's 84 days. You see that 84 days over, then we say 84 days of suspension. Then you say we don't want to wait further. We said okay, I gave notice as a contractor to engineer, and I waited for 28 days. Engineer didn't answer. This means already how many days are over? 84 plus 28 days. Okay, I don't want to work. If I say, but they say no, we'll give you extension. No, I want some money also on that. I say that. So this is that point here. Actually, okay. Now this says that in B says okay, you're not agreeing. So what to do? If parties fail to reach agreement under this subparagraph A, so what is this other paragraph? We say that after giving second notice of engineer, first notice was 28 days, as this was 84 days. We gave 28 notice, and then another notice here is after giving a second notice to engineer, treat suspension as an omission. They are saying treat suspension as an omission. You understand this? Of affected part of workforce works as if it had been instructed under subclass 13.3.1 variation by instructed by instructions. You say that this we don't want this part to be anymore a part of contract. You delete it from contract and release from liability or obligation. Store and secures under subclass 8.9 of employer suspension. If suspension affects the whole of us, if suspension affects the whole work, okay. So we further what is you? It says again. I tell you because I was reading that after giving second notice to engineer, treat suspension as an omission of affected part of works as if it had been instructed under subclass 13.3.1 variation by instruction and with immediate effect with including release from any also that's what now. What happens after that? There is resumption of that. Now this was a challenge to engineer, take it out of our contract. And if suspension affects the whole works, all contract, contractor may give a notice of termination under subclause 62 termination by contractors. This is weight of this means it's not only that they can challenge us, contractor can also challenge that because there's a limit to everything. 84 days in 7 weeks, 84 days means 12 weeks, sorry, 12 weeks, and then another 4 weeks, 16 weeks. We're not able to decide, and we have to decide, right? We don't want this work take back from us. So we say now resumption of works, which is if you can, contractor shall resume work as soon as practicable after receiving a notice from engineer to proceed with suspended work. So if it is a resumption case, a time stated in notice. If not stated, immediately after contractor receives notice. Contractor and engineer shall jointly examine works and plant and materials affected by suspension. Engineer shall record any you can say deterioration. Deterioration, do you understand? Any damages, small damages onto by animals or by any other factor to material that you raise. That hmm, the deletion. Okay. So resumption is saying we will jointly jointly inspect works. He shall record any deterioration, loss, damage, or defect in works or plant or materials. Mm. And shall thereof. All right, then what it says that engineer shall record any deterioration, loss, damage, or defects in works or plant or materials which has occurred during suspension and provide provide this record to contractor. Contractor shall promptly make good all such deterioration, loss, damage, or or defect so that works when completed shall comply with contract. Tests on completion. Tests on completion. This is 9.1. So now we are reaching tests. All right, now come on to contractors. Now contractors obligations in tests of completion. Contractors shall carry out tests on completion in accordance with this clause and subclause 7.4 testing by contractor after submitting documents under subclause 4.4. Steps now. It says contractor shall carry out tests on completion in accordance with clause and subclass 7 for testing by contractor after submitting documents under subclass 14.42 as built records if applicable and sub subclasses 443 operatives and maintenance on this others. All right, then we go through this is one point. This one point I said then. Contractor shall submit to engineer. Now we are going process of testing. It's not. It's different process of testing. This is contractor shall submit to engineer not less than 42 days before date of contractor intends to commence test. 42 days before date of contractor intends to commence tests on completion. Send 42 weeks means 6 weeks before, and detailed test program showing intended timing and resources required for these tests. So it says it's very consumable here. 42 days. Engineer may review Engineer may review proposed test program and may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which it does not comply with contract. Engineer may review proposed test program and may give a notice to contractor stating that to that extent to which it does not comply with contractor within 14 days after receiving notice. Within 14 days means 2 weeks after receiving notice, contractors shall revise test program to rectify such non-compliance if engineer gives no such notice within 14 days after receiving test program for revised test revised test program, engineer shall be deemed to have given a notice of no objection. Contractor shall not commence tests on completion until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by engineer. So actually, stats or clock, you can say this quality testing. It's not only this testing, quality control. It is in fact for, or you can say it's testing and commissioning. Like we say, this is in mechanical and electrical projects. So this is what he's talking is testing and pre-test, pre-commissioning. You may say pre-commissioning, and then it is commissioning. Like that, there are stages on contract. So it may be term pre-commissioning, and it's talking about that. And after that, then contractor shall not commence tests on completion until a notice of no objection is given or is deemed to have been given by engineer. So we move further on to that. In addition to any dates, in addition to any dates shown in test programs, in addition to any dates shown in test programs, contractors shall give a notice to engineer of not less than 21 days of date after which contractor will be ready to carry out each of tests on completion. Contractor shall commence tests on completion within 14 days after this date. After this date or on such date, such day or days as engineer shall instruct, and shall proceed in accordance with contractor's test programs to to which engineer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of no objection. So I think we are passing 3 weeks this week. In addition to any date shown in test program, contractor shall give a notice to engineer of not less than 21 days. So, well, next paragraph is as soon as works of section have works of section have in so contractor's opinion. All right, then as soon as works or sections have in contractor's opinion passed the test. On completion, contractor shall submit a certified report of results of these tests to engineer. Engineer shall review such a report and may give a notice to contractor stating extent to which result of these tests do not comply with contract if if engineer does not. Alright. Engineer shall review such a report and may give a notice to contractors stating extent to which result of test do not comply with contract. If engineer does not give such a notice within 14 days after receiving results of test, let all right. Then even further, then it says that engineer. It's very small font. I cannot read. If engineer does not give such a notice within 14 days after receiving results of this, engineer shall be deemed to have given notice of knowledge. In considering results of in considering results of tests on completion. So, what to do then? Let's go to. It says that now, in considering results on tests on completion, engineers shall make allowances for effect of any use of any part of works by employer on performance or often other practices use. Or that amount has been rupees for why this is a result. Now let's go to delayed tests. This was ordinary tests. Now we will go to delayed tests. It's another complication. Hmm. Delayed tests are actually very complicated. This is if contractor has given a notice under subclause 9.1, as we talked in last clause, that works or section as case may be are ready for tests and on completion, and these tests are unduly delayed by employer's personnel or by a cause for whom employer is responsible. Subclause 33. Interference with these tests or companies shall apply. Tests on completion are unduly delayed by contractor engineer may by giving it writing by giving it writing notice to contractor a notice to contractor requiring contractor to carry out tests within 21 days after receiving notice. Contractor, चलिए आगे तो ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा बड़ा बोलेगा यार इंटरेस्ट में कुछ नहीं है कुछ भी तो इंटरेस्ट नहीं है If tests on completion are unduly delayed by contractor, engineer may be given notice to contractor requiring the test within 21 days after receiving notice. Contractor shall carry out tests on such day or days within this period of 21 days as contractor may fix, by which for which contractor shall give a prior notice to engineer or not less than 7 days. If contractor fails to carry out tests on completion within this period of 21 days, a after second notice is given to engineer to contractor period. mm, if contractor fails to carry out on test on completion within this period 21 days after his second notice given by engineer to contractor, employer's person may proceed with tests, and contractor may attend and witness tests. tests. Then the contractor may attend and witness. So after a second notice is given by engineer to contractor, employer's personnel may proceed with tests. Contractor may attend and witness tests. Within 28 days of these tests being completed, engineer shall send a copy of test results to contractor, and if employer incurs additional cost as a result of such testing, employer shall be entitled subject to subclause 22 20.2 claims for payment and EOT to pay payment by contractor for contract of loss. Then so after that it's a retesting. Uh, whether or not contractor attends attempts these tests on completion shall be deemed to have been carried of essence out of a presence of contractor and results of results of these tests shall be actually accurate. Retesting retesting of clauses 9 and 3. They are complicated, unnecessarily simple. There was a 1 month, 2 month time, and you should have done it, and that was easier than unnecessarily doing this. If works or a section fails to pass test on completion, subclause 7.5 defects and rejection defects and rejection shall apply. Engineer or contractor may require these failed tests and tests on completion on any related work. If works or a section fails to pass tests of completion, subclause 7.5 shall apply. This is the definition of the actions. Then a year of contractor may require these failed tests. Failed tests, same term and conditions apply. Okay, so we move forward now. Engineer or contractor may require these field tests and tests on completion on any related work to be repaired under same terms and conditions. Right. Such repeated tests shall be treated as tests on completion for purpose of this clause. Failed to pass tests on completion. That's 9.4. Very long paragraph is also not only paragraph 2 or 3 paragraphs. Oh, if we understand this contract, I think you can get something out of this. If works or a section fail to pass tests on completion, repeated under subclause 9.3, engineer shall be inclined to a a order further repetitions of tests on completion under subclause 9.3 retesting. A retesting is required. Reject works if effects of failure is to deprive employer of substantially whole benefit of works, in which event employer shall have same remedies as are provided in subparagraph D, and that is subclause 11.4 failures of. Okay, we keep down and down and down as much as we dig. Order further repetition of tasks and completion under subsection sub 193. Reject works if of effect of failure is to deprive employer of substantially whole benefit of works in which event employer shall have same remedies as are provided in subparagraph D, and failure to remedy work, and reject section of effects of failure is that uh, reject works if effects of failure is to deprive employer of substantially whole benefit of works in which event employer shall have same remedies as are provided in subparagraph D of subclause. Okay, then reject section if effect of this failure is that section cannot be used for its intended purpose under contract, in which event employer shall have same service. Hmm. We have a problem. Reject section if effect of failure is that section cannot be used for intended purpose under contract, in which event the employer shall have same remedy as is provided in subparagraph. Issue a takeover certificate if employer so requests. Now, in the event of subparagraphs D above, contractor shall then proceed in accordance with all other obligations under contract, and employer shall be entitled subject to substations clause 22. Not unnecessary. Okay, then we'll go first out. Accept this certificate. In event of subparagraph D above, contractor shall then proceed in accordance with all other obligations under contract, and employer shall be entitled subject to subclause 20 to claims for payment and POT to payment by contractor or reduction on contract price as described under subparagraph B of subclause 11.4. Failure to remedy defects is effectively, and then entitlement shall be without prejudice to any other rights employer may have under continued otherwise. Employers taking over. This is employers taking over, and that is taking over. Then one, this is taking over works and sections and sections. Except as stated in subclause 9.4, failure to pass test or completion. Subclause 10.2, taking over parts of subclause 10.3, interference with tests on completion. Except as stated in subclause 9 for failure to pass test on completion, subclause 10.2 taking over parts, and subclause 10.3 interference with test on completion. Work shall be taken over by employer when works have been completed in accordance with contract, including passing of tests on completion and except as allowed in subparagraph below. If applicable, engineer has given or is deemed to have given a notice of non-action to uh, to it's gone non-action to as-built records submitted under subclass 442 as-built records. So this is as-built is there. It's important clause, very important clause. And then 63. I think 60. No, this is C. This is C. 163. C, and this is if applicable, engineer has given for is deemed to have given a notice of no objection to operation and maintenance manuals under subclass 443 operation and maintenance manuals. So it does here we can say if applicable, contractor has carried out training as described under A plus U and so on. Then, if applicable, the contractor has carried out training as described under subsection 4.5 training and a taking over certificate for works has been issued or deemed to have been issued in accordance with subclause. So, contractor may apply for a taking over certificate by giving a notice to engineer not more than 14 days before works will, in contractor's opinion, complete and ready for taking over. If works because okay, it's not here. So if any part of work is taken over under subsection 10.2, taking over parts, the remaining works of section shall not be taken over until conditions described in subparagraph A to E above where applicable have been fulfilled. So it's okay. Engineer shall within 28 days after receiving contractor's notice, number one, issue taking over certificate to contractor stating date on which works of section were completed in accordance with contract, except for any minor outstanding work and defects. as listed in taking over certificate. So taking over certificate will not will just substantially affect safe use of works or section for their intended purpose, either until or whilst this work is completed. So again, issue taking over certificate contractor stating date on which whole works or section are completed in accordance with the contract except for any minor outstanding works, sorry, and defects as listed in taking or certificates, which will be which will be which will not substantially affect safe use of works or section for their intended purpose, or or either low intent. After that, reject, you say it was first accept or reject application by giving notice to contractor with reasons. What are the reasons? This notice shall specify, this notice shall specify work required to be done. Until may say work required to be done, defects required to be remedied, and all documents required to be submitted by contractor to enable taking over certificate. Once again, reject application by giving a notice to contractor with reasons. The notice shall specifically what required to be done, the text required to be remedied, and documents required to be submitted by contractor and taking a certificate of issue. Contract shall then complete works, remedy such defects, and submit such documents before giving further notice under this clause section. If engineer does not issue taking or certificate or reject contractor's application with this period of 28 days and conditions described in subparagraphs A to D above, where applicable, have been fulfilled, works or sections shall be deemed to have been completed in accordance with contract on 14th day after engineer after engineer receives contract notice of notice of obligation and maintenance. So we'll take this now, taking over parts. Let us now conclude here. Taking over parts is something else. Let us see how much time I have. It's 7 to 36. We have enough time, so we can say that this is like this is taking a very complicated scene in this. If engineer does not issue taking over certificate or reject contract's application within period of 28 days, and if conditions described in A to D above, where applicable have been fulfilled, works or sections shall be deemed to have been completed completed in accordance with contract or foundation contained 14th day. No way, no. Taking over parts tend to engineer may at sole discretion of employer, sole discretion of employer, issue a takeover certificate for any part of permanent works. Employer shall not use any part of works other than as a temporary measure which is either stated in specification or with prior adjustment of completion. Employer shall not use any part of works other than as a temporary measure which is either stated in specifications or with prior agreement of contractor unless unless you know unless engineer has issued a taking over certificate for this part. However, if employer yet okay, let's go. If the employer does not use any part of work before taking over, certificate is issued contractor. So we will notice the engineer identifying such part and describing such use the part shall be told. Alright, A in this one says I repeat because it will confusing so it's clear. Employer shall not use any part of works other than as temporary measure which is either stated in specification or with prior agreement of contractor unless and until A that part shall be deemed to have been taken over by engineer as from date on which it is used. B. Contractors shall cease to be liable for care of such part as from this date when responsibility shall pass to employer and engineer shall immediately issue a takeover certificate for this part and any outstanding work to be completed including test or completion and of defects to be remedied and shall be listed in this certificate. Now, after engineer has issued a taking over certificate for part, contractor shall be given an earliest opportunity to take such steps as may be necessary to carry out outstanding works, including tests on completion and or remedial work for any defects listed in certificate. Hmm. Listed in certificates, contractor shall carry out these works as soon as practicable and in any case before expiry date of relevant DNP. That is DNP notice period. I think this is a dissatisfaction notice period, and if contractor incurs cost as a result of employees taking over and using a part, contract shall be entitled subject to subclause 10, 22, 22, a claiming for payment and UT, so as a utility to part the payment of such cost plus the profit. Now after that, you see if I think this is 10.2 content, if engineer issues a taking over certificate for any part of work, so if employer is deemed to have taken over a part under subparagraph A above for any period of delay after for any period of delay after date under subparagraph A above, delay damages for completion of remainder of works shall be reduced. Similarly, delay damages for remainder of section, if any, in which this part is included, shall also be reduced. This reduction, this reduction, this reduction, this reduction shall be calculated as proportion which value of part except 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 value of any outstanding works and or defects to be remedied bears value of any outstanding works and or defects to be remedied bears 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 two value of works or section as case may be as a whole. Engineer shall proceed under subclause 37 agreement or determination to agree or determine this reduction and for purpose of subclause 373 time limits date of engineer receiving or engineer receives contractor's notice under this subclause shall be shall be date of commencement of time limit for agreement under subclause 7 47. The last line is a little complicated. Engineer shall proceed under subclause agreement or determination to agree or determine this reduction and for purpose of subclause 373 uh, date engineer receives contractor's notice under this subclause shall be date of commencement of life. Notice under the subclause shall be date of recommendation, the commencement of time limit for agreement under subsection 373. Provisions of this paragraph shall only apply to daily rate, daily rate of delay damages and shall not affect, affect the maximum amount of their damages. Next, interference with testing commission. I'm not going to talk that today. I think this is it's 1846 is no time. So if you think you can do that, Okay, let's move a little further. I think 10.3, and that's interference with test on completion. Interference. I think this is only not very long thing. So this has been taken over interference. Okay, interference is testing completion. If contract is prevented for more than 14 days, either a continuous period or multiple periods. If contractor is prevented for more than 14 days, either a continuous period or multiple periods which total more than 14 days from carrying out the tests on completion by employer's personnel or by a cause for which employer is responsible, contractor shall give a notice to engineer describing such prevention. The employer shall be deemed to have taken over works or section as case may be on date where tests on completions would otherwise have been completed by. Okay, let's understand this. We put this very complicated one. So prevention of conduct is necessary. As A is contractor shall give a notice to engineer describing such prevention. B employer shall be deemed to have taken over works or section as case may be on date when test and completion would have otherwise been completed. And C engineer shall immediately issue a taking over certificate for works or section maybe, and after engineer has issued that taking over certificate TOC, contractor shall carry out to TOC as soon as the TOC's test of completion as soon as practicable and practicable and in any case before expiry date of DNP, that is dispute resolution period. um, and then you can say yes, immediately issue taking over certificate for works or section as case may be after India has issued taking over certificate, its contractor shall carry out tests on completion as soon as practicable, and in any case before expiry date of DNP, engineer shall give notice to contractor not less than 14 days of date after which the contractor may carry out each of tests on completion. On completion, therefore, thereafter, so this uh, like like then we go to another one, and that is if contractor suffers delay and it contract suffers delay and or incurs cost as a result of being prevented from carrying out this completion, contract shall be entitled subject to subclass 20.2 claims for payment and or EUT and payment of such cost plus profit, and then surface requiring reinstatement, and that's 10.4 surface requiring reinstatement, which means that except as otherwise stated in taking or certificate, a certificate for a section of part of works shall not be deemed to certify completion of any ground on any ground or other surface requiring reinstatement. Let me tell you again what does it mean surface requiring itself. except as otherwise stated in taking or certificate. Excellence is a certificate for section or part of works shall not be deemed to certify completion of any ground or other surfaces requiring instatement. And then next one is defects then after taking over. That is, I think we have to stick to it. Let's understand this. These points we have taken today are very complicated one. I think there are some ambiguities in certain parts. So many sequences are there. Notice, 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 notice. There was a time when it was so simplified that you just a period of 2 months were considered for testing and commissioning, and this notice and that notice and no objection, this and that. They have become very bureaucratic, I think, unnecessary formalities. Just 2 months of one speed for that purpose. This should be so simple. This complicating every arrangement. So file is piled up to apply for everything. Inspector, inspector, inspector. Well, what to do is not my control, beyond my control. Anyway, I write to them sometime and I finish this. This is some very tedious document. The police must revise this. I don't know. They were experienced people now, all are left. And moreover, they are already in problem. They are systemizing. Even if you see European boats, they're very complicated. Of course, they're very powerful, but much more superior in their work. But this, I don't think they have got some very experienced people with them. By chance, I download this file and try to see. I thought it's the same, but it's insane. It's going to change so much, and I'm sure nobody will apply this and field it down up to you. But it's better if you move because you use general conditions, not necessarily that you take. You can put your project conditions or particular conditions supported by these conditions, and you can say, no, on this condition, it will take this much. That can be, that is freedom, I can say this liberty can take that, but sequences must be fulfilled. Or you can make your own, there's no legal bar on that. What best is if you follow this on, you can simply say general condition will be act according to FIDIC. Or if you say no, if you change 10, 15 conditions on it, there's no meaning left of FIDIC. That's a point in this taking over, and then defects of a taking over. I think they should have done something else rather than this, but it's not done. Quality has been reduced, so the unnecessary steps have been added, and it's there's a red book, and this seems that this is a red book plus some other book also, the yellow book, I think, uh, has been overlapped in this. A lot of mechanical part has been procured into this from that. It seems that that's not essential to be integrated here, but they're integrated in this slide. Maybe every guy who's writing this red book maybe thinking he's writing yellow book also. Probably, and nobody read that or scrutinized that, so much complicated civil works. It doesn't mean anything because so many activities there are. In mechanical world, there's not so many activities. In electrical world, there are no such activities. Civil, there are hundreds of activities that are done. And we sometimes, based on priority, we say, okay, give us this building first, that second, when this happens, and we have to well done that. But that's simply given to them at time of completion, date of completion obtained. It is done very successfully. However, it seems that they are moving, they're moving on digits, means just like digitization. They're going to check this and check that, and well, no problem. So let us complete this first and see what actually now it's only few pages have gone. Yes, I didn't think so. Time 77 up to 25 page, and I think we'll take many more talks. Only after we can say this is general conditions, the particular condition and format of agreement. And let's see. I will check out what to do with this. Every common person, every common engineer who has very little background of contracting or law shall find problems in this business. Either they think that only Europeans should act on FIDIC. There may be this mining picture, a design that only European engineer or at that time a British engineer, of course, because now they are separate, but they were at that time included in block. So they thought only those engineers qualified from UK or from their own block should work on contracting, on you can say on contracts management. That could be a point in them, and others from other parts of India, Pakistan, or some others should only work junior to them. That could be a point in their mind, so that they feel like, well, it doesn't make a difference. I know how much they know about this, but it happens usually. I have seen that. So what I say, and the point is here. This is it says defects after taking over, and there's completion of outstanding works and remedying defects. In order that works and contracts documents, and each section of part shall be in condition required by contract. Fair wear, anterior, fair wear anterior, accepted, accepted by expiry date of relevant defects notification period, or as soon as practicable thereafter. Contract shall language is also in order that works and contracts documents and each section and part shall be in condition required by contract after fair wear and tear accepted by expiry date of relevant facts notification period as shown as practice. Thereafter, contractors shall A. Complete any work which is outstanding on a relevant date of completion with time stated in taking over certificate or such other reasonable time as is instructed by engineer or and execute all work required to remedy defects or damage of which a notice is given to contractor by or on behalf of employer on behalf expiry date of DNP for works or section or parts as case may be. This is defects after taking over. It's about this, and that's all you can say. Then, in in if a defect appears, including if works fail to pass test after completion, if any, or damage occurs during relevant defects notification period, the notice shall be given to contractor accordingly or by or on behalf of employer. Okay, now go further. If defects appears, including works fails to pass test after completion of any damage occurs during relevant DNP, a notice shall be given to contractor accordingly by on behalf of employer. Promoted promptly thereafter, contractor and employer personnel shall jointly inspect defects or damage. Contractor shall then prepare and submit a proposal for necessary remedial work, and second and third and fourth paragraph of subclause 75 and rejection shall apply. So we'll take up again. This is not clear. We have to analyze it again. What it says is a very important point because there's defects after takeover, which is much more serious. It's not simply before takeover, defects after taking over. This means this is going to cause liability if it's after taking over. We'll see how to take this, and then after this is we have cost of remedying defects. Cost of remedying defects, then it is extension of defects notification period, and then failure to remedy defects, and then remedying of defects, defective works off site, and then it is further tests after this remedying defects, and the right of access after taking over, right of access or taking over, comes to protect research and performance certification. So I think it's better to take later this one. It's very important point. So I'll say that tomorrow we'll talk this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And I'll say I think we'll continue this. Mhm. I think okay, fine. Pick up this.